Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Shovo. Today is, of course, Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. This past weekend was Mother's Day. So, yeah, we had, we did some things for Mother's Day. My mother, I got her a card. That was what I got her. The card ended up matching with flowers that she bought the day before. Just by pure coincidence, she bought pink roses, and my card that I had previously gotten for her was pink roses. This also happened for her birthday, where I got her a card that had purple roses, and she had bought a birthday cake. She picked out her birthday cake on her birthday, and it had purple roses before I gave her card, and I had gotten the card beforehand. She just got the purple rose cake, and then pink roses for Mother's Day, and the cards matched. They just for some reason, somehow, some way, some shape, some form, the cards match. It's like she likes these things, right? It's as if I know her preferences somehow. So we did what she wanted to do on Sunday, which ended up being going out to the Virginia Beach Antique Mall and getting some things from the Antique Mall, mostly actually for resale purposes. She got a lot of carvings, hand carved from wood and stone, various different animals, and a few pieces of crystal / glassware, also, from animals. So that was the bulk of the stuff that we ended up picking up at the Antique Mall. Spent a couple hours. It's a huge location. She didn't end up going to the second floor on this trip. That was the first place I went, because the second floor of the Virginia Beach Antique Mall, yeah, that is a action figure central. That is like a pure geek paradise on the second floor of the Antique Mall. They have entire sections devoted to Star Wars, to Star Trek, to Marvel, to DC, just lots and lots of toys and other memorabilia. They do have comic books up there as well. They also have sections for movies, just an entire room dedicated to just having both movies as well as manga. They have manga in there, and light novels. A section of that room is manga and light novels, and people bring in and sell actual foreign language manga in there. They bring in Japanese. I saw, unfortunately, they didn't have any volume 1s, of course, of the Japanese series that were there. Very not as much of a selection this time of that, but they had some that were in Korean. I was like, okay, so there was some Korean manga or whatever, just translated, I think, in Korean. I was like, okay, so there's Korean here. There was Chinese there, and a little bit of Japanese stuff, but unfortunately nothing I was particularly interested in, and nothing of the English stuff I was particularly interested in either of what they had. It's very expensive as well there, and they do have a attached but separate video game store in there. think like GameStop, they've got a independent a game store in there. They do buy and sell, and they, I believe, sell through the antique mall registers. So you tell them what you want, they take it to the antique mall's registers to hold for you. As the bitrate is not great, apparently right now. I just saw our bit rates hiccuping. This is why we talk for a few minutes at the start, so we can hopefully get some of this bitrate stuff uh, out of the way, or at least we figure out that hey, there's a bitrate issue before really getting into the content. Um, Problem is that that video game store is like absurdly overpriced. They sell at about a 15 at minimum a 15% markup from eBay. Like eBay's cheapest price is much cheaper than any of the prices you get at this store, and I'm like, how are you even still in business? Like, how are you in business? Why are people paying more money for this? Like, I just don't really get it. I mean, I sort of get it with some of the consoles because of retro consoles, because of, graded by quality, right? They priced by current quality of the system, but you can still get a better quality system for cheaper on eBay. They had like three Super Nintendos there, one of which was some like decorated Zelda thing that they wanted $150 for. There was another one that was 100, more plain, and then there was one that had yellowing on it on the top section of it, and that one they wanted $80 for a Super Nintendo console, and I think it was just the console. Maybe with the cables for the console, but no, I'm pretty sure no controllers either. So yeah, you can get a console working through eBay for a total price of like 70 for a Super Nintendo. So yeah, they're just absurdly overpriced there, and I just go and I look and I leave. Essentially, that's all I do is I go in, I look, and then I'm out because it's too expensive, and they know it, and I'm not gonna give them money at any point. So after we went to the antique mall on Sunday for Mother's Day, uh, we ate dinner. We ate dinner out. We went to the nearby cheesecake factory for our dinner, and that was very nice. We ordered dessert to go because it was a little bit on the earlier side, and our desserts were great. She got their celebration cake, a slice of the celebration cake, which yeah, definitely a looks celebration cake, all white with multicolored like sprinkle things on it, and different like colored layers, blue, pink, yellow layers on it. Uh, I just got a lemon raspberry cheesecake, which was actually like cake in there too, layers of cake and cheesecake. Um, and that was really good. Had We ate those slices over 2 nights because Cheesecake Factory cake slices are 1,000 calories each. They don't play with their cheesecake slices. They have a lot of calories. They have a lot, and you do get a fair bit in there too. But yeah, could not eat it in one sitting. So we had decent Mother's Day. It was fine. It was mostly relaxing. I think my back killed me from all the walking that we did in the antique mall, and then there was a 30-minute wait at the Cheesecake Factory, and it was packed. They do not take reservations, so it was packed, and I had to stand the entire time waiting. And by the end of it, my back was screaming at me. I got back home at the end of it, and I had to take a Tylenol almost immediately because of the back pain from standing and walking for most of the day. And I felt it the next day, and I still sort of feel it in my upper back today. It was not pleasant. So, that was the weekend. That was the weekend. We don't have Kitty right now, so we will turn that thing off. So, what happened with games? Okay. Mostly just let the game run between our streams here. Didn't really do too awfully much. In fact, I can't even really remember what I've done. I did some planning. I put some thought behind certain scaling programs that we will want to think about because there's certain things that are extremely bottlenecking that are unfortunately going to require a lot of production of ingredients. There's just this one thing in particular that's extremely limiting in the base right now that is absurdly expensive to produce. And in order to scale to numbers that look a bit like this, that look a little bit like this right here, in order to scale these the base materials of these things to acceptable levels, I really need the full-size beacons. The full-size beacons are 5 times as strong as the diet beacons. So that's a thing. They also have up to twice the range on the AM 1 through 4 as diet beacons. Hello, welcome. Yeah, they're just great. And you can use them with diet beacons. That's the other key thing. The full-size beacons and the diet beacons can be used together if the object that you're trying to beacon is, big enough to fit a ring of AM5s of both of them around it. That'd be most ideal, but they could most things could definitely fit AM4s of all the things around them. But also, we have Bob's mods, which means that we could actually convert the full-size beacons into Bob's mods beacon 2s at this phase of the game. I'll need to have a look at that, probably make a few of those just to get a general idea. The problem with the Bob's beacons is not so much that they are expensive to make, it's that they use overall a lot more modules. They will overall use a lot more modules, especially when we get to the level 3 beacons. They hold 6 modules each, and the radius, the influence radius of the level 3 modules in particular is pretty massive. You could easily fit 30 around a single building. So that times 6 is a lot of modules. And when the modules are pretty expensive to produce, I definitely would have to cater my usage of those particular beacons to very specific purposes that require absurd amounts of production that require absurd levels of production. Now, I had between streams gone and looked into doing something like this with titanium, because frankly, at the level of production that I will need of the titanium and the other metals, the outside inputs of doing more efficient processing are just prohibitive in their volumes. So I can get that much ore out of... Actually, I already have this much ore out of a spot where I have 2 megamines with just a couple of full-size beacons that I managed to salvage to use for that, and a whole bunch of the diet beacons. Managed to get it so that they were able to produce like 8,000 titanium per second from those 2 mines combined. So the only unfortunate part is, well, this is a lot of Mark III buildings if I weren't beaconing them. So ultimately what I want is I want the full-size beacons to help reduce these numbers to more reasonable numbers. And then I'll have enough titanium, at least, for the stupid alloy here, the molybdenum silicon titanium aluminium nexlet special alloy, which is not productive. There is no other way of making this outside of this one and only recipe, and you just need absurd amounts to get this nanostructured material. That's ignoring carbon fiber, which I can scale this. It's extremely easy to scale this, especially with productivity cascades here with Mark III buildings. This is just how strong can I beacon these processes, because all of these things I can actually make local. I can even break down things like the methanol, the acetylene, the lignin, ammonium oxalate. I could break all this down even further to even like more base level materials, and when I do that, because I know that pretty much all of those are productive processes, the actual material cost is fairly low for these carbon fibers in the end. It's just getting all of the processes sped up enough to actually have the production there. These things are a little bit harder because I will need a consistent circuit 2 supply of 15 per second, as well as a 6.82 photophores per second. That's likely going to be the biggest challenge, is those photophores. Those will be the biggest challenge with this level of scaling, and I do intend on doing this. Just not until after I get production of a sufficient number of full-size beacons, which we are about to do. We will do this today, because we are 1 ingredient away from full-sized beacons. Just 1, and that's the metastable quasi-crystals. For the fiberglass, I will need to get a lot more molten glass for this and scale up a whole bunch of this other stuff. The epoxy is not kind. The rayon is also not kind. That's expensive. That shall be very, very expensive. At least I don't have to worry about the sodium sulfate, this 60 that I have here, because I'm sort of making like 150 of it already. But the epoxy will be painful. Extremely painful. Even with the productivity. Particularly because of the skin. This skin requirement for the collagen. Collagen sucks. Universally sucks. And yeah, this is not gonna be easy, but this is one of the extremes, as is the Nexlet and the Molly. Oh god, the Molly. Yeah. 600 Molly, 300 Nexlet, 750 aluminium. 750 silicon, also a lot, and then all the gasoline to get these smelters going. This gasoline value goes way down with beacon stuff, so if I can beacon these up to, the speed cap, it'll use significantly less gasoline overall. So, that out of the way, we will make metastable quasi-crystals today. I did have this plan set up from last time. I want to first say, last time we met, we set up circuit 4s. That was the primary goal last time, set up circuit 4s, but also got around to setting up the componentry for making the Mark IV mechanical parts. So I actually have a few of those crafted now, of the Mark IV mechanical parts. There's just a few bottlenecks around the base, in case you were wondering. There's a few bottlenecks to address. The bottlenecks will be more easily addressable when I have production of the full-sized beacons. I have also, between streams gone and been upgrading every building that I can upgrade that takes productivity. Every recipe that takes productivity, I've just gone through and I looked for the productivity modules in buildings around my mall and upgraded the buildings to Mark IIIs, because I have all of the Mark III buildings now, with a few exceptions with PyAlien Life stuff. There's just a few PyAlien Life exceptions. I've probably missed a building or two in here at some point, but the vast majority at some point. But the vast majority of them have been upgraded by now. Also, between streams, I had a look at and built a few wind turbines and some upgraded solar panels just to have a look at those and see just how bad or good they might be. This involved setting up some stuff over here, various parts for wind turbines. We have nacelles, and we have blades, well, various rotors and blades and stuff for them over there. I also set up Mark II solar panels. Now these things, yeah, you need a lot of them to be effective. They required a new item in the form of the mono layer thing here, whatever the hell it's called. That required monocrystalline silicon, which was new, but it was also an ingredient that helps with upgrading our production of silicon wafers. So rather than using polycrystalline silicon, we're using monocrystalline silicon now. And I'm making that here, right here, monocrystalline silicon. It is productive. We need the monocrystalline slab. Hey, you are not productive, and that's why you're using Mark II. This needs quartz crucibles and electronic-grade silicon. Electronic-grade silicon is being made locally, actually, in the mall right now. So quartz crucibles require, quartz. I forget exactly where I ended up placing this building that makes the quartz crucibles. There you are. Quartz crucibles requires high-grade quartz pulp from purified quartz. I'm already bringing purified quartz to the mall, so you know what? It's a particularly simple process to get some of this stuff. I already have the advanced castings too for those crucibles, so those are being made there. That's going over to here with electronics grade silicons to make these monocrystalline slabs. And then those are being processed with diamond wires and wax into plates. And then those plates process even further. Those plates process into wafers, actually. You can use monocrystalline plates for wafers in a productive process. This saves aramid and improves the output of wafers as well. And then this was also used to make these this ingredient for the Mark II solar panels. Right in here, this guy, monocrystalline cells. They eat all this random stuff. And I seem to have a few of them stored up now. And you have 2 full boxes. How about adding another 2 boxes just in case I may want you for something at some point? That's the recipe. It eats trackers, it eats various Mark II things. It's actually very easy to make these things. The only issue with these things is that they only produce 7 megawatts on average each, and they're big. 7 megawatts on average each. The Mark III would be better, but we don't actually get access to the Mark III solar panel until the next level of science. You have to be at Pi 4 to get a Mark III building. Like, what? So, up here, I've made HOTS and I've made VOTS. Frankly, the VOTS suck. The HOTS are here. I have Mark III horizontal axis wind turbines. They look pretty. They produce 30 something megawatts. 30 some odd megawatts. 35, I think, is the. So that's the hot. Oh, it's 50, right? It's 50 for the Mark III, and it's 25 for the Mark II, with a variance of 50%. So plus or minus 50% at any given time on the HOTS here. The vertical axis turbines, they're bad. They have a higher variance of 70%, and they're bigger, and the space required between them is larger, so I have no reason whatsoever to ever use them. The one thing about them is that you get access to the Mark IV earlier than HOTS. The VOTS, the Mark II VOTS are 20 megawatts with 70% variance versus 25 with 50. The Mark III is 50 megawatts with 70% variance, so they match. The Mark IV is 85 megawatts with 70% variance versus 80 with 50. Yeah, the 80 with 50 is going to give you more consistent power, and I'd rather have that. Anyway, so these are all HOTS. These are the Mark II solar panels. This is what these Mark II solar panels look like. They animate. Ahem. They animate. They track the sun with their animation. That's how they work. But the stupidest thing about these wind turbines is that the Mark IIIs are smaller than the Mark IIs, and the gap between them is smaller than the Mark IIs. Yet again, Pioneron has made buildings with different footprints that completely screws everything up. And makes it so that these are universally bad. Just yet again, another universally bad building because of supremely bad design decisions. Frankly, like, I do not apologize for being angry about this, for being the way that I am about this, but it's supremely frustrating that if I've gone through the effort of reserving a whole bunch of space to build and place wind turbines, it is supremely frustrating that when I want to then upgrade these turbines, I can't even do so in place. I have to manually go there, delete everything, and rebuild it from scratch. That's not fun in the slightest. So I don't care I wouldn't care if these output 10 times as much power as they currently do. They are a pain in the ass to set up and upgrade over time. So I would never recommend using any of the wind turbines, and I don't regret using them sooner. Not using them sooner. Not in the slightest. And the solar panels are just a joke. These buildings are massive for producing 7 megawatts of power each on average. They are freaking huge. And they waste so much space. Just, it's not going to happen. Especially on a scale of a base using over 200 gigawatts. Over 200 gigawatts of power. There's no chance in hell I'm going to switch the entire base to using solar at this point. Not for Mark II buildings, let alone Mark IIIs. You can sort of see the amount of energy these things are producing right now. I have continued to scale the title. Title is the one thing I can sort of say is fine-ish. If you're gonna use a renewable source of power, these are fine. They're not bad, I think is the only thing I can really say about them, is they're not bad. With title, they're fine. But they're all outclassed by coal, by the non-renewable resources, which in one sense makes sense that non-renewable power is better, but I should want to do the renewable power. I should want to engage in these other mechanics. And I don't, for the most part. Definitely not at least until the very end of the game when I have access to all of the things. And have access to the... when I have access to the anti-solar panels. Now, those are a bit more appealing. There is a thing called the anti-solar panel. This thing, average output is 100 megawatts each, so it's pretty good, actually, on its output, and I just worry about their size. I worry about their size. They do use the Mark IV mechanical parts, which I think would be the most limiting factor on these. They're also a Pi 4 tech, so that's coming relatively soon. I guess I could use one of these tricks. Not that thing. That thing. Show me the size. That is okay. That's the size of the Mark II, isn't it? No, the Mark II's bigger. This thing's smaller than the Mark II solar panel. Now, the one thing I don't know about this anti-solar panel is, does it only ever work at night? Or will it work at all times outputting? Well, it says its power output's 100 right now, and it is... I don't know if it gets affected by the time of day, but it is daytime. So if this thing is just on always, just perpetually making 100 megawatts, this is a contender for a power replacement. If you can manage to make enough of them, because, hey, 100 megawatts, I need 200 gigawatts, which if this is 100 megawatts, 10 of them, that's 1,000, that's 1 gigawatt per 10, 10 times 200, 10 times 200, you need 2,000 of these, just to cover the current power costs, and by the time I can make them, that will be a number that's even higher. So if you think you could make a couple thousand of them, they might be okay. They might be okay. because they're smaller. And that's just to get it to like acceptable range. Like I would sort of expect my force stuff to be outputting more than 100 megawatts by that point, but it's a thing that you place and forget. So anyway, metastable quasi-crystals, let's actually advance and do progression. That sounds like a great idea. Actually doing this thing known as progression would be fantastic. Okay, so in order to make metastable quasi-crystals, I am going to need time crystals. I am also going to need simic scales. Simic scales require Rika improved caged simics, which that will require Rika protein and antivirals. We need both of these things. Now, the quasi crystals themselves we can just make, as well as the photon deposited quartz we can pretty much just make from stuff we already have. We can also just make antivirals and Rika protein by placing down the buildings. So we're just going to do that, I think. I think I have all of the parts for these. So we're going to place down a bunch of buildings and then be happy, I hope. I hope we be happy. Oh yes, that's the thing. So antivirals need Arcod venom. That's the kicker with these guys. They need Arcod venom. And Arcod venom means Arcods. Clearly. I also apparently don't have Perogen here, and I don't have Yotoi leaves here. Now, Yotoi leaves, are those in wood processing units? Hi. Hi, Dolly. She came and she meowed. She meowed and she jumped. Yeah, meow. Hey, baby girl. Now we got the Dolly. We got the kitty. Kitty on the back of the chair. Yes, my sweetie. My sweetie. She had come up on the desk earlier wanting her pets. Wanting her pets. You do leaves, right? Yes, you do leaves, and you do leaves productively, right? Yes. Because I should have the Yotoi aloe. Alright. Bringing in stuff. Bringing in stuff. Perogen and Yotoi aloe. But not the fruit. And Arcods. Cannot forget about the regular Arcods. I might already have them. Cough. I forget with my upgrades here if the upgrades use any standards. I don't think they use any standards, so I'll import Arcods, which my upgrade of Arcods is actually online, by the way. I upgraded the Arcod setup a while back. Perogen and Yotoi aloe. And Arcod. Perogen. On its way. Aloe. On its way. And Arcod. On their way. Good. Good. All on the way. Glorious. I'll then need to slaughter I'll then need to slaughter, said Arcad. Arcads. If I can find a slaughterhouse. Actually, I should use the Mark III. Am I requesting? I am requesting the Mark III slaughterhouse. I'm requesting the Mark III of basically everything that I have right now. At least a stack of them. For everything. Alright, I totally didn't, like, show the VOTs. Where's VOTs? Vertical axis turbines. I have a couple of them. So these are the Mark III. These are the Mark III vertical axis turbines. They're bigger. They're bigger than the Mark II horizontal axis turbines. So because they're bigger, their spacing is different. And I'm like, really? It's different spacing between all of the different types of wind turbines. Each one is different spacing, and you cannot put different types between each other. It would be fine if you could put different types of turbines in between each other, but no. No, you can't do that. That's illegal. Okay. Where am I gonna put you? Probably here. That's a few creatures. Arcad. You are not gonna be the Rika Arcads. No, you're gonna give me venom. You're gonna give me venom. Void that. Of course. They are. The bots are delivering. Okay. You'll go void all the other solids out of this. I might pull out the chitin, but nah. Nah, it's fine. Just give me some Arcad in here. That's making the leaves. It's going nicely. Not making that many of them. I don't need that many of them. Good. We have some antivirals. That should be moving relatively shortly. Alright, then at GTA, Gene Transfer Agent and Fetal Serum, that should be down over here. Do I need the Fetal Serum near GTA? No. Dang. So Fetal Serum's over yonder. All the way over here. Do I just make it local? I think I can do that. I can just do that locally. There's no issue with that. You don't fit. Great. Fantastic. Oh yeah, the this has been moving. This has moved. My fusion reactor. It's been doing some work. It's filled up a tank with tritium. Filled up my tank with tritium. I'm happy to have a full tank of tritium there. Oh boy, let me go grab you. Sucks that you're not productive recipes. Cough cough. Acquies. Yeah, so I have everything. I has it all to make this stuff. Rika, Rika, Rika. Glorious, that's those done. The allylamine needs propene, ammonia, and chlorine. Have I not made this? I have. I was like, I'm pretty sure I recognize this. I have this. So, stuff that can eat allylamine. We'll go there. Really? I do produce the blue stuff, the basilite C300. I know I produce the basilite and the lumogen. Is this not lumogen? From basilite? I know that stuff's getting made, but apparently I don't have rhodamine B. Apparently I don't have rhodamine B. Would I realistically already have the rhodamine B? Yes, I should have it already. I should have this for fluorophores. For the core shell nanoparticles, this is a necessary ingredient to make the nanostructured material. So both of those I know exist, even if we don't have any at the moment. So then near helium, back over here. All this stuff involving helium. Oh yeah, those are all available, which is nice. That will make quasi crystals. Oh boy. Then I'll put down a fusion reactor. This needs to be near a burner setup. Just needs to be near burners. Ahem. As for why it needs to be near burners, it's because currently it, yeah, it's it's not defined correctly. The recipe's not defined correctly for this. Oh, I'm out of coffee. That sucks. I'm done with my coffee already for the day. So this recipe right here in the fusion reactor takes in YAG laser modules as well as optical parametric oscillators and industrial diamonds. The issue is that the YAG laser modules get returned, and it's supposed to be at a 90% potential to return these modules, but they forgot to mark these as a catalyst. Or they failed to set time crystals as the only primary output. I think that's actually how it's done. So the productivity affects the YAG laser modules. Right, I forgot about that. Yeah, so the productivity affects the YAG laser modules. Yeah. That's it's a minor issue. It's a very 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 small little tiny issue. Just the smallest of issues ever to have. Where you just magic extra YAG laser modules basically out of thin air. Yeah. You just get extra modules. I mean, yes, you are still spending optical parametric oscillators and diamonds to make these YAG laser modules, the excess of these, but that's not the intent of this recipe. It's not the obvious intent of this recipe. This one is an exploit. This should be fixed at some point. You should have to spend, effectively, it's 1/10 of a laser module for the recipe's standard cycle. This recipe is 20 seconds, so I cannot cheese this recipe by speeding the building up to 32,000%. To the speed cap. I cannot, I can't cheese extra productivity ticks for the building being limited to the tick rate of the standard recipe setup, because 20 is a bit too slow for that. Realistically speaking, I would prefer recipes to, if I was doing that with the more advanced beacons, I would prefer doing that on recipes that cycle at 1 or 2 seconds. Because in that way, the things are... I'm gonna get more value out of doing that. How overpowered are Bob's modules compared to regular Pi modules? In my config for this, that is. So the okay, my config for Bob's modules is default strength for Bob's modules. I think that's here. So the Bob's modules strengths are default, pretty sure. Which means that the level 1, 2, and 3 Bob's modules should be weaker than the modules in Pionodons. Request already exists. There's a... Yeah, well, this goes 5, 10, 15, so the pure modules are actually the same, I think. Right, so the productivity percentage, I think, is the same, but these don't come with a speed penalty. So overall, these productivity modules for Bob's are stronger. Like just overall, Bob's modules are going to be stronger than Pi's. But I think Pi's direct strengths tend to match. At this point, I don't know if they've been changed since, but I'm pretty sure it is like 5, 10, 15 now on productivity. I think it used to be like 10, 15, 20. But I think it got nerfed a little bit. I forget exactly. And honestly, I don't really care because I'm always going to use Bob's modules to have extra levels. Why, hello. I have been joined by the other kitty. Hello, Ollie. You are here and you are nuzzling my hand. He is nuzzling my hand. Yes, he's here. Hi. Hello, there's that pretty face. There's that pretty face. Oh, there goes the camera. There goes the camera. Yeah, my boy. Yeah, 40% on the level 8 module, but bear in mind that the level 8 module is, expensive to make as well. It's pretty expensive to make the level 8 modules. I've got that somewhere in this list. Where are you in this list? Unless I deleted them. Did I delete them? How long ago did I do that thing with the modules? I have forgotten. When did I do that? I don't see. So I must have gotten rid of them. Oh well. Point being that at the end of the game, in order to actually make a okay amount of the level 8 modules, gonna need to have more than, definitely more than 30 of the circuit 3s. It's a lot of circuit 3s in particular for those level 8 modules, since you need all of the previous modules. So that is not the correct recipe. I needed this chain. So here's the issues. Like if I want one each of the main module types, the pure productivity, the pure speed, and the efficiency. Yeah, as I break some of these down, because none of this is productive. As we can see, as I hope you can tell here, to get one each of these things, we need a few circuits. Just a few circuit 3s and circuit 2s to support this. Of course, this is all with Mark III buildings. You get more productivity gains at Mark IV. These numbers are lower at Mark IV, but the problem is, well, you have to get to Mark IV. And you don't even have Mark III buildings when you first get access to these anyway, so yeah, you need like 400 per second of the circuit 3s, and that's not going to happen, I think, anytime soon. Anyway, let's continue. So we have our time crystals at this point. That just leaves getting the Simic scales. Simic scales. Now we have Simics. We have the Simics. So all I need to do is set up a line of Simic dens near my Simics, existent Simics, and we can just upgrade them. Because that's how this goes. You just upgrade your existing creatures. Although it is a bit slow. That is the one little niggling downside / issue, is that it is a bit slow. What are you missing? What? So apparently I don't have Mark II dens. And I know that I actually don't have Mark II dens access either, because those unlock. Oh, do I? I do. Okay, I could make them. All right. Well, that just changes things slightly. I just need to craft them at this point. I did not realize, like, my brain didn't think that I had Land Animals 3 technology, which has unlocked actually several Mark II buildings and Mark III buildings for land creatures. Though building the Og dens will be mildly painful because I took the upgrade for the Og dens that gives a whole ton of byproducts. Where are Simics? That's Simics. Mark II Simic dens. Go! Give me things. Really? Not enough Neuros and not enough Niobium Titanium Alloy? Here's some Neuros. It's not enough for 15, but hey, it's an amount. There's Niobium Titanium. I will steal that from you. And all of your neuroprocessors. And all of your mechanical parts. Wow, 30 each of these alloys? Why no alloys? Ah, right, because I have a shortage of titanium. Gee, I wonder why. Gee, I wonder why I might have a shortage on titanium in my base. What is so hard about you upgrading Simic dens? We have made 4. I'm gonna set down the blueprints and the bots will just build them as I get them. Alright then. Up we go. Up we go in our Fidicis. Dragon Cat. It's more bat wings than dragon wings, by the way. I think more bat with this than dragon. Because I mean this is very clearly arms with fingers. This is clearly bat wings. How a quadrupedal creature has somehow magicked its way into having 6 limbs is a little beyond my comprehension, but anyway. Come on, one more 15. There we go. This go here, please. No Simics at all? Hmm. So you're saying all the Simics. Alright, fine. I will grab some myself from my bin. Right, this is going to be a little difficult when I'm perpetually just slaughtering Simics for their keratin and blood. Or just their keratin, really. Should I stop it? Should I stop it if it's full on keratin? I'm going to say for now, yes. I will just stop this when it's full on keratin. I will figure something else out for a consistent supply of the other stuff. Chitin in particular. Excuse me. Place things, thanks. Hey, the bots have been working. Ollie left and I hear him meowing. Alright, so what do we need? We need 4 things for this. Oh, and we need to cage. We need to do this. From a box. Cages. Glorious cages. And Simic supply. Simic supply can be here. And I'll throw a few of these in myself. If I can find them. Hello. Simic. Simic. What do I want this one to be? I guess this will be the growth factor. Then over on this side, we'll have the Rika, which apparently we've already made over 4,000 units of Rika. And we will have the antivirals here, of which we have already made over 1,000 antivirals. So, yay. Stuff. Hello, Ollie. Welcome. Hello, kitty. Big boy. Where you going? Where you going? You going to the window? Sniffing the camera? You sniffing? You sniffing that camera? Hello? What you doing? Got that tail. Turning around. Turning around. Hi. Hello. Hello, Ollie. You want pets? You want your pets? Yeah, you want your pets. You gonna settle? You gonna settle? Ah, there's the plop. There's the plop in the roll. Yes, there's the plop in the roll in the belly. Yes, big boy. Oh, he's a big boy. Yes, he's a good boy. There he is. He's going over the edge. He's grabbing my hand. Yes. He's grabbing me. He's gonna fall over. He's gonna fall over. Yeah, you need to be careful. You need to be careful not to fall over. Big boy. You have fallen over before in the past. Hmm. Well, those are moving. Go this way. Slaughterhouse. Simic. Rika. Ta-da! Scales. Glorious. Now just finish up the rest of this logistics work, and we'll be good to go to the last step. Huzzah! Almost there. And then we will have the metastable quasi-crystals. Our last item necessary to make those beacons. It's also technically the last item needed for like a whole bunch of other stuff that could get made. But for, you know, just not having metastable quasi-crystals right now. There we go. Just plop buildings. Just build buildings. I want to note that I have 2,775 Mark III Pinobots. Can I just point out that we have close to 3,000 of the Mark IIIs already, and I have pulled out a lot of the Mark IIs, and I am continuing to pull out a lot of the Mark IIs at the moment. So proportionally, we should start seeing more Mark IIIs over time. It's just that I had noticed that I had like 12,000 plus robots in the network, logistic bots in the network, of which close to 10,000 of them were the Mark IIs, and I figured, you know, outside of absolute peak times, I don't need to have these right now. So I'm pulling out some of the Mark IIs. Not all of them. Some of them. Everything will be awesome. This continues to launch, by the way. So I have, I probably have enough MOVA to last the entirety of the rest of the game. Frankly, just in this patch. Yeah, we've got a few million MOVA now in this patch. Yeah, like, what is this? 32 by 32? No, 24 by 24. So 34,680 times 24 times 24. Yeah, I've got a few units. I've got a few units, close to 20 million units of MOBA sitting here. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just stop it from providing the replicators and I'll just sit on my reserves for a while. Okay, that is done. That just leaves producing the metastable quasi-crystals themselves. I will do this right here. Wonderful. Oh, I don't have any of the lead antimony alloy at the mall. Really? It makes sense that I wouldn't, but it still sucks regardless. So I will make some. There is a molten lead recipe for this that I will use. Where's the fuel? Now, the only issue is that I am severely limited by antimony. And that would explain why I don't really have this stuff right now. Even if I was making this elsewhere in the base, chances are that it's just not happening because of antimony. And guess what's one of those things that I've been waiting for big beacons to make more of? Like, yeah, it's antimony. Right here. It's here. I want to get this tech, too. This tech with beacons. And antimony will stop being an issue. Actually, I think just beacons will... The antimony will stop being an issue, because I could just do it... brute force it, mostly. It's just unfortunate that the antimony currently does not have a node-based mine. Cough, cough, hack, wheeze. Antimony, hint, does not have a node-based mine currently. And Planedon has stated that he wants all of the mineable ores to have a ore patch as well as a node mine. He wants all of it to have a node mine and an ore patch. Well, molybdenum does not have a node, nor does antimony. So there's a couple of nodes that still need to be made. Oh right, last time we met, I had set up this molten Nexlit zinc gadolinium, not realizing that I have done this for the very first time and I don't actually have the plates, and that the only way of getting plates is through molten. I didn't realize that I hadn't already made this through a non-molten method. Like, I thought I had a non-molten method of this that I was already doing. I did not. This is only made this way, and it was brand new, and I just forgot. So I just placed the building, built it here, have brought helium up to do this here. Yeah, it's fine, because we made the Lightwire 4 shafts up here, and I have a few of them now. But anyway, that is metastable quasi-crystals. You know, that's them just, you know, done. Ish. I simply need to find a little bit of antimony that might be in a requester chest somewhere, although I highly doubt it. I highly doubt I have any even sitting in requester chests. Because, yeah, in terms of antimony oxide, I think it'll all be getting used, unless this anti-reflective glass, this might have some. Where do I have the anti-reflective glass? Here. You have some antimony. I'm stealing that. trouble is I then have to find that in this inventory. There you are. And there we go. That is excellent. Just needs the photon deposited quartz. What is the problem with that? You still don't have any of the blue stuff or or the fluoro. So this stuff and the blue. Where's the blue stuff? Where is the blue stuff? I know I'm making the blue stuff because I'm making this orange stuff. And the orange stuff uses the blue stuff. So you're not moving because of what? Let's solve at least the thing that I can see. So. All the way over here. You need phthalic anhydride. Okay. Where is the phthalic anhydride? It is a fat bottle. You? Not that particular fat bottle, it seems. Yeah, that's not that particular fat bottle. Where is... the stubby bottle? Not seeing it here. That stubby brown bottle. Up? Uppies? Up. That? Is that it? What is missing? This fluid. You. What are you missing? What do you need that you do not have? Ooh. Pentasulfide? Why do you not have pentasulfide? Why do you not have pentasulfide? Do I not bring it to the mall? Well, that explains a few things. That explains a few little things. Yeah. Yeah. Bring this, please. Bring this stuff, please. It's, much needed here. I'm making like infinite values of that pentasulfide. It's like I know I went out of my way to scale that up and have it on the train network in extremely large quantities, so that should not be a thing that's limited right now. So where is the blue thing? There's the blue thing. The blue thing needs the same thing as this guy. So they were both limited by the pentasulfide not existing at the mall. Great. Fantastic. How it had initial amounts of that stuff, I don't know. But it's got it now, at least. So that's always nice. Nice kitties resting. All comfy. Yes, you're comfy. Yes, you're comfy, Dolly. Comfy Dolly, comfy Ollie. You've got some litter between those paws. In those paws, yeah, you got some litter stuck. Think I got it. I think I got it. Off of that paw. Oh boy, that should probably mean that we'll have a lot more active robots. For now. Okay, let's see. You are moving. You need to be upgraded. Another one of those buildings that I've missed so far. Upgrade that thing to get it more productive. Add 40%. There we go. Oh, hi. You are supposed to be making pentasulfide. I see. I see. That would explain a few things. So my burners weren't getting any fuel because I don't have any. I don't have a request for unstacked raw coal. I don't have any unstacked raw coal available. Yeah, I've been burned a few times with this with the burners. I've had to make this adjustment in several locations actually, because I've made the same mistake multiple times. But this should function now, fortunately. The pentasulfide build that I did that made a whole bunch of pentasulfide, I believe, does not operate off of Mark III buildings, so this is more productive to do this here to get this glorious perilene for these things. And that's going to make the blue! The Basilite C300, the blue stuffs. And we get the phthalic anhydride. Glorious. 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 Now we can build these other things. Where are those other things? These other things. Hello. We can build these. They are being delivered. Thank goodness. It needs more. What now? Oh, it needs that. Right. Forgot. Did not notice. It needs that thing. Where is that thing? It's here somewhere. It's around here somewhere. The monocrystalline thing. Yeah, this. Hello, you. Hi, I need this stuff. I need to... I need to bring you over this way. Of course. line was blocked. There it goes. And that is crafting. It's moving. We have this crystal, this green quartz crystal. And that is the final ingredient on these metastable quasi-crystals. Up here. That will be delivered. How many I need per quasi-crystal, metastable quasi-crystal, I'm not certain. How many do I need per thingy? Just the one each. Okay, that is nice. That is very nice. I'm going to speed you up just to help to keep the overall power usage down. The faster it can do its job, the less power overall I'll need for this device. And that is my alarm to indicate that I am halfway through today's stream. And we have managed to complete the goal for the stream in the first half of the stream. Great, so what do we do for the rest of the stream? I don't know. I guess we're going to continue working towards getting into the PyScience 4 by working on stuff I will need for perfect samples. And yeah, this is now operating gloriously. We have wonderful existent amounts of things, but it would appear as if I might have more than one thing requesting these quasi-crystals, and I think I know what that other one is. I need to stop that. Where are these? Yes, unfortunately these are pulling in the quasi-crystals right now, and I don't want them to do that. There might be something else, but I want all of my quasi-crystals to go to here. Ah, that is the most glorious thing I have seen yet in the base. The best image in the base is this machine finally moving. This machine is finally moving. And it is making full-sized beacons. Fresh and new. For the first time in the base. Yes, our glorious full-sized bacon is being produced. We are making bacon. Wonderful full size. No more of this diet BS. We're making full-on bacon. Ah, it's wonderful. Finally, about dang time. As a reminder, I had a few of these. I forget exactly how many, less than 100 of them. Like 50-ish of them, somewhere along those lines. I had already built before this was introduced, before the new beacon mechanic was introduced into the game. So prior to that, because I had Bob's modules, and because in Bob's modules, the techs for effect transmission are much earlier to get the initial effect transmission, I had made adjustments to the game with a mod to make it so that the Bob's modules versions of those techs were available and could be built early, or much earlier. So I had regular beacons being built before this change happened, and then this change happened where these new beacons were introduced, and they required a set of ingredients that were Purple Science tech ingredients to continue making beacons, and they weren't a new entity, they were a replacement to the vanilla beacons. Mechanically. They just replaced the vanilla beacons mechanically. So that was wonderful. So all of a sudden, I had what were a set of standard vanilla beacons from Bob's modules that became these. beacons that I wasn't really supposed to have yet. But anyway, I had them. I've used them, and I have a ton of diet bacon. When they introduced the diet bacon, I was happy to have at least something to work with beacons earlier. But now it's nice to finally have additional full strength standard beacons. Very, very, very nice to have these being produced now. Uh, this will be limited by my circuit fours, my Intel units. Those those will be limiting, so I'll seemingly get 40-ish more of these. I'll end up having less than 50 to work with until I can stabilize production on Intel units. Get those flowing more consistently. And I think that with that particular thing, I think the antimony is the biggest thing. I think the biggest thing in the base right now that's limiting is among them is antimony, and titanium and all that good stuff. But yeah, antimony is one of the ones I have to do sooner rather than later. However, I am going to take a brief break now that we've started producing a greater than zero amount of beacons, full-sized, glorious, glorious big beacons. When I come back, we will figure out what we want to do next. I'll be back shortly. And I have returned. Welcome back. I think it is time to definitively answer a question that I have had for a little bit. That question is or are Mark II, Level 2 Bob's beacons overall stronger per entity than the Pi beacons? We're going to need to know a few things about this. That is a thing. High-tech aerial turbine. With the aerial discharge pace, right. I haven't even touched that mechanic yet. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to set this wonderful recipe right there. This wonderful, glorious recipe right here. This will take in some amount of regular beacons to upgrade them to beacon 2s. I will need to grab some circuit 3s to force this to happen. All the way over here. You there. Not you, but the productivity ones. Yeah. You. Alright. So the bots will prefer bringing these beacons to me rather than deliver it to the upgrade location until I am full up on full-size beacons. And I think I will need to do the same with beacon 2 as well. I will want to have 1,000 of those as well. Pretty sure I have a full-size beacon request for 1,000. Yes. Do I need to have a full-size request for 1,000? No. More like 100 would be okay, I think, considering their limited use, their limited nature. I'm gonna make 5 of these. Ideally, please make them quickly, just so that I can have them on me as we do this comparison. Great, you need more of this stuff. Give all of it, thanks. Go, bring it. Bring the aluminium. Bring me aluminium. Aluminium. We must have aluminium. Aluminium. Come on, bring it. There's Ollie. He's back. He's come back after following me when I left. Okay, it is now time to do a little bit of math. Just a tiny little bit of math. So, beacon 2s have that much coverage. In an ideal world, and we'll use the automated factory for this. In an ideal world, what do we have? We have 2 layers. We have 2 layers of these beacons. How many of these beacons can we fit around a single building? The answer is that many. That many. How many is that? That is 32. 32 Mark II beacons. Now these level 2 beacons have 4 module slots each, and they have a distribution efficiency of 0.75. 0.75. Alright, so we have 4 times 32 times 0.75. So we have the equivalent of 96 modules effects on this building. The equivalent of 96 module effects on a single building. Versus these beacons. these beacons are different because these beacons, you can only have one of a given value of AM and FM with these. 5.3, 5.2, 5.1. So here, the distribution efficiency for each thing is going to be different, and it will be different down the line because, well, with these, it's not just this line of 5s, it's also the 5 that are going to be at strength 4, at strength 3, at strength 2, and at strength 1 AM settings. They will all affect this one factory. And in fact, the range on these is such that they will be able to affect far more than one, far more than the beacon 2s. However, I can actually look at, instead, the diet beacons, and then multiply the diet beacons by 5 in terms of overall strength. So if I really want to, like, do the math with the strength, we can actually do this quite easily with the diet beacons, since it is just a 5x flat difference between all of the permutations. What am I doing? FM3s. FM3s. I do hope you can appreciate how tedious this is to set these up. FM4s. And FM5s. Okay, whatever the total strength, like, distribution efficiency of this is, multiply it by 5 for the full-size beacons. And bear in mind, you could probably fit both this cube as well as the full beacon cube around the stuff. But just for simplicity's sake, I'll just compare versus the standard size beacons. So we've got 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. Plus 2, 4, 6, 8, 1. We've got 0.3, 6, 9, and 1.2, 1.5. All right, we've got 0.4, 8, 1.2, 1.6, and 2. So that's all up to 15 now. 0.5, 1, 1.5, 2, and 2.5. So this is in total 22.5 times 5. So in total, standard beacons, if using standard beacons, total distribution efficiency at 2 modules per beacon across 25 beacons is 112.5. Total distribution efficiency is 112.5 versus 96 on beacon 2s. So the winner is the cube of Pi beacons. The Pi beacons win over beacon 2s. However, there are beacon 3s. The beacon 3s have more range. They go out an additional layer. An entire additional layer. They also hold 6 modules and have a 1.0 distribution efficiency. So then it compares 60 times 6. That is a distribution efficiency total of 360. That is the effect. The effective count of modules is 360, affecting one building, versus the 112.5 of the Bob's beacons. So even though Mark II beacons are weaker than the Bob's beacons, Mark III beacons are more effective. So we have figured out. We have figured this out. And then with this, the 22.5 equivalent, like, why bother? I should not be deleting this. I should absolutely be, like, copying this for a blueprint. To have the cube of already set settings. But oh well. The issue is that you need, like, 360 modules. Of course. The issue is that you would need 360 modules. I'm currently carrying around 260 modules, and you would need that per building. So even though it is stronger, it is far more resource expensive than the Bob beacons. But hey, Bob beacons being able to give you the equivalent of 112.5 for the cost of, what was it, 50 modules, becoming the equivalent of 112.5 is pretty nice. Compared to, what was it, 32 times 5? Not times 5, 32 times 4. Compared to 128 modules to fill out the layer of Mark II, of level 2 beacons. Yeah. I think I would take this any day. We already have 33 beacons. Can I just point out, we already have 33 of these beacons. Which is, like, I had like 50 of these before, and I've had to live the entire time with like 50 of these. And now suddenly I've got another 33, and slowly climbing. So, I think the best use of our time is actually going to be spent on bottleneck busting. I think that unfortunately needs to be what we do for a little while. This is totally not me just wanting to delay having to make the stuff to make perfect samples. This is totally not me just trying to delay having to do all the stuff for the perfect samples. Just gonna throw that out there. I'm totally not delaying the inevitable with this. Do I even have a Pi 4 breakdown? Where's my Pi 4? Pi 4? I thought I had a breakdown of Pi 4. I guess not. Pi Science 4. The standard recipe. You're not productive. Great. Oh, I did have a perfect sample breakdown. So if I wanted like one of you, that's... Oh, so I think... I think I'd be okay with like 0.3. So if everything was like 0.3, how would these creatures look? Considering I still don't have anti-tumors or the erythro or the anabolics, great. We're working on Leica. Huh. So what have I broken down here? I've broken those down. Improved Dilmo. May as well growth factor that. May as well growth factor all of the everything. Because I have it. Anti-tumor pneumals. We get pneumals. We got pneumals. Pneumals here. Anti-tumor archods. Hey, good thing I'm bringing in archods, huh? Literally the only thing the growth factor does is makes it faster. So you can totally just not do growth factor if you are okay with adding like a couple more buildings. The only thing this is doing is reducing building count. Really, you have to add Negacium to this. Interesting. So that was those. Then there's Corlex, which I will note I have not made Corlex as caged Corlex on the train network yet. We will need anti-tumor Simic, which is different from what we're currently doing with Simic. We need the Zipier. Glorious Zipier through Rika, which is actually tempting. I've already broken down Scrondrix, Ulrich, and Augs. We need the Antelope. We need Schrodinger's Antelope, which, yeah, that's gonna be a thing. That's actually building the Antelopes. That's actually already broken down. BMPs there for Xenos. We sort of already have Xenos. Haven't done the Fagnots. Haven't done the Snarers. Have I done Bad Eye? I don't think so. Have you noticed that this is a few ingredients? I did the... So I've done the Ulrich. What? I'm lost. So I've done the Scrondrix, Ulrich, Aug. So then it's Arthurian. Alright. So that's sort of what that looks like. To make perfect samples. Not all of which I can do now. Everything should be at least Mark II, if not Mark III. Bagnots. Hello. Mark II. Modules. Artificial Reef. Mark II. Modules. Simic. Mark II. Modules. 2. Modules. Numals. Mark II. Modules. Zungroar. Mark II. Modules. Dilmo. Mark II. Modules. Okay. Of note, I am not making adult demos right now, nor am I making consistently adult Corlex. I think that they're at least not produced on the train network. I don't think I'm making adult Fagnots either. So we have some work to do when I need to get the actual perfect samples. But, oh yeah, and of course there's the Cosmic Space Dingret, which, yeah, that's a launch product. That is a launch product. Wait, what? It's just one less immunosuppressant. Why would I? One fewer immunosuppressant. Woohoo! Woohoo! But this one needs a Rika Dingret. So you have a requirement for the Rika Dingret and a spacesuit. And a spacesuit. Alright, that loses the advanced coding at least, so that would be a decent savings, but the problem is you just don't need that much of it. You just don't really need that much of it in the full extent of the game. So there's perfect samples. The only real thing that we have left that we would need to make to get Pi 4, that's like the only thing for Pi 4 that we don't have at this moment in time is that perfect samples. We have all of the other stuff. All of the other stuff exists except for perfect samples. Similarly, when we get into utility science, the only thing that we'll need to make when we get to utility science is the personal fusion cell. We have everything else, and we will have perfect samples by that time. So, like, I don't remember with the photosensitive dye. Did I need you for something else? I might be using you for something else by then. That might be the only other thing here. This stuff and this stuff, these two. Why are you not productive? Hello? You should be productive. You need reinforced wall shields. That's a new item. So we need like that stuff and this and this and this. Which I'm pretty sure I have this stuff here. This stuff I think I have. Woohoo, there's utility science. A whole unit of the stuff too. Which would just leave space science at that point, but I wanna get through some techs. Okay, so let's look at bottlenecks. What is bottlenecking right now for our circuit for the intelligent units, which I believe is limiting the beacons, or will limit the beacons. Photonic chips. Actually, I can check if it's limiting the beacons. Bacon. You are limited by what now? Not these. You are being limited by... I'm blind. Circuit 3s. Circuit 3s, of all things. Okay, fine. Whatever. Photonic chips might be a circuit 3, actually. Photonic chip. photonic chip, where are you? Got plenty of these 1Ds. Photonic chips. Where do I have those? There. You are limited by what now? Those. Those. These. These need what now? Dielectric mirrors. Dielectric mirrors are limited by what now? The blue prisms. The blue prisms are being limited by what now? A thing. What is the thing? This thing. Inverse opal. Inverse opal is being limited by what now? This thing. What is this, like, hardener stuff being limited by? Yellow fluid. The other fluid. That yellow fluid-ish thing. Where is that? This fluid thing. What is this fluid thing being limited by? A fluid. ECH? Is that what that was? Is that what that is? Epichlorohydrin? Where is the epichlorohydrin and why is it limited? Glycerol. Why is the glycerol limited? Ah, right, that makes sense. Okay, I just didn't do an overflow void. Well, that should mean I'll have a few more of these until I figure out whatever the next bottleneck is. Let's go to circuit 3s. Figure out what problem exists for circuit 3s. What is my circuit 3 issue? As I try to take the circuit 3s to infinity and beyond on production here. And unfortunately 15 or 10 seconds here, it's just not good enough to cheese the speed bonuses, or just to cheese the productivity on it. I could do the math. What's the strength of the speed module, right? It's 160. 160 times 112 and a half is plus 18,000. Plus 18,000, just for reference, the speed cap is at plus 32,000 some odd. Oh right, the speed cap is at plus 32,000 some odd. So remember what I said about the level 3 beacons? You get 360 speed effects. 360 speed effects. Each one is 160% plus 160%, which goes a little bit beyond that speed cap. It goes a bit beyond the speed cap. So you don't need that many buildings to hit the speed cap. But you still need that many modules. Whatever, 32,000, whatever the number is. It's one half of the hexadecimal FFFF value, which is what, 16 by 4 place values? Oof, that's 16 to the 4th divided by 2, 32, 7, 68. divided by 160 is 204, 204.8, 205-ish modules. Effects with the level 3 beacons would get you to the absolute speed cap in the game. There are 6 modules per beacon, so at 35 beacons gets you to the speed cap of beacon 3s. 35 beacon 3s equals speed cap. But that is a percentage-based increase, not a actual like crafting speed value increase. That is just the cap on the plus percentage. That has greater effect when the base speed of the building is faster. So the idea is that, or the point I make is that even if a building is capped at 1 recipe cycle per second, so is productivity. So and the productivity will tick at the real rate it should be operating at, the building should be operating at, even if the building is capped at once per frame to cycle the cost of the actual recipe. It will still give you increased speed to your productivity ticks as the crafting speed of the building goes up. So that means you get more productivity out of a really fast building operating above the speed cap, which is absolutely a cheese, and I absolutely intend to do it. Because why the hell not? Unfortunately, when a building is a 10-second crafting speed, you don't actually get those benefits until you are pretty close to the speed cap anyway. So that's the only little niggling issue, is it doesn't work too well for circuits, any of the circuit recipes, unfortunately. But it does work pretty well on a number of the ingredients, because the ingredients are mostly half. Not microchips, unfortunately, but hey, there's a number of things that are faster than 10 that absolutely get that wonderful and glorious productivity bonus, because the faster the crafting time, the quicker it gets to the speed cap, and therefore the more you have to work with it by going over the speed cap and pure speed of the building. So stuff like this, which is operating at every 5 seconds, that can hit the speed cap pretty quick. Of course, there are other recipes though that sort of proc once every like 0.2 seconds. Most of those are not productive, but if they could be productive, and they proc every 0.2 seconds, yeah, it's or even every 0.5 seconds, like you could have infinity of these, like ultra mega super infinity of these. Oh right, this is already at the speed cap and is actually above the speed cap, so if we made these even faster, we get even more output. And actual craft time does adjust to this, so keep that in mind if we did something rather insane, such as put a 4-5. I don't think there's any other 4-5 in here. Gave that speed. Now 401. 170 for 120/60. 401 for 120/60. From 341 to 802. So, you get where I'm coming from here? I hope that you can understand this. Like, more speed equals better regardless of, or because of, the recipe speed cap. More speed equals really nice because then you're getting output for free. Ah, and free is my favorite number, of course. Free is the best number. Free is absolutely the best number in the universe. You need to, like, get more thingies brought in. And you're productive, but you go slowly, don't you? 10 seconds. Yeah, that's it's a bit slow. But cheese is wonderful. Even Zogna could be affected by this speed cap shenaniganery. Zogna could be affected by speed cap shenaniganery, and it's absolutely glorious. So what is our actual limiting factor on these circuitries? It is neuromorphic chips. Okay, neuromorphic chips. Probably from those empty neuromorphics. I have empty neuromorphics somewhere nearby, I thought. Empty neuromorphics, they're in a thingy. Oh, right, I should be able to do Mark II bioprinter at this point. I need to put a request in for those. Yeah, Mark II bioprinters exist now. Not the Mark IIIs, unfortunately. The bioprinter buildings come a bit later than most. This tech would be really nice because it upgrades the important ones that I'm actually doing, like the tendons and the mo. Oh yeah, and the gas bladders upgrade too. Yeah, so important ones upgrade, and that's very, very nice. In particular, wasn't there something? Yeah, so right now I'm getting gas bladders and some shells, actually, and the come out tendons through bioprinting. Spending some keratin on the bioscaffolds. So what are you limited by? You're limited by the neuroprocessors. How sad. I'm not making those here in the mall. So neuroprocessors, what is your problem? Why are you not getting crafted, or is it just simply a matter of I am using all of the production? You are not getting crafted. Why? What is missing? What is misting? Optical fiber being brought to these is missing. Okay, because of that, I'm going to make these in the mall. Because the mall is not limited by optical fiber, I have infinity optical fiber in the mall. What I will need to make, though, is PCB ones. That will be one of the things that I don't currently have in the mall that is required for this. This recipe is also... Oh. So you know what I just said? This entire conversation that we just had about speed shenanigans. This recipe is 2 seconds. On something that is relatively expensive to make, so... Hello, Yukito. We have some bacon. We have some bacon. Just a bit of bacon. Are we speed capped? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are speed capped. I want you to look at this number, the 362. We're gonna add a 4-5. 362 has become, or 462, or yeah, 362 has become 426. $426 has become
Make a baconator
477.2. Hey, thank you so much for the tip. We are streaming an extra hour. Oh boy, we're going our extra hour. We're the shenanigans are in full force. The Baconator shenanigans are absolutely in full force now. Ah, right. The other thing. So I earlier did a comparison between the Bob's Beacon 2s and the Pi AM/FM full-size beacons, and determined that overall the Pi beacons are more effective than the Bob Beacon 2. However, there's nothing stopping us from using both of these things. There is absolutely nothing stopping me from adding regular Bob's beacons here as well. So each of these adds 480. So now we are, at 563.6. We are at 22,000 plus 22,000 crafting speed. So now for the cost of a tick of expense, we can get 563.6 neuroprocessor. Loader limited yet? It's not really about the loader limiting. It's because it's going to still proc the productivity faster regardless of whether or not you're actually providing this stuff at these rates. As far as I'm aware, it will still do it. So what I need to do here is... Oh, that's tier 2 PCBs. Okay, so I have everything here already that I need for this. I just gonna probably add a couple of those. So this is the thing that I've been wanting to do forever, and it's available now to an extreme degree because of the stronger beacons. Yeah, theoretically the loader thing is fast, but these are pretty fast too. The ultra fast inserter mod is pretty fast as well. Is okay. It is okay. Yeah, the ultra fast inserter mod is, well, fast. And you can see as we're proccing like 40 plus or 20 at a time that it's we're getting all that extra productivity. The faster productivity procs than we otherwise should. Oh look, it is now faster than the output is capable of. When it gets all of the ingredients, it ends up being faster than one inserter for output. That's how much we get from these. It is actually insane. It is actually literally insane. If you have ever wondered why I like productivity so much, that is Exhibit A. And the faster the recipe is, the more productivity you get, the more free stuff you get. So I have to like keep an eye on any recipe that is like 1 or 2 seconds or faster that is also productive. Because any time that is the case, and granted, it is not the case for the majority of items in the game in Pi. It is definitely not the case for the majority of Pi items, but there are some that are as fast as half second that are productive recipes that absolutely can get cheese the hell out of, um, and just be like absolutely wonderful for this point in the game. The slower recipes, like 5 seconds, is cheesable. The 10-second ones are technically cheesable, but it's on the very edge. And I think 15 is like break even. So anything that's like 15 seconds, it's not worth doing. Uh, Anything faster than 15 can be cheesed, but the most value is the much faster recipes. It's mostly Simic power at the moment. It's split. So my power is currently split between Simic boilers, which the Simic boilers, you put Simic in as a fuel. We have Bob's modules, reducing how many get consumed or how fast the fuel gets used on here by 80%. So we get our 80% efficiency on each of these. And it goes faster with speed modules, and they give power. So this is 80 gigawatts currently. So this is 80 of the 200 that the base consumes. Yeah. Then there's coal power plants. The coal power plant line here, yeah, it's more. It's more. We have another 96 turbines here for coal power. Then up here we've got tidal. We've got Mark II and Mark III tidal power plants. If I do this, we can actually get a count. Yeah, just over 2,000 tidal power plants up here. And between streams I put some wind because I wanted to see the wind turbines. These are all horizontal axis wind turbines, the Mark IIs, and up here some of the Mark IIIs, as well as some Mark II solar panels. Solar panels, not worth it. HOTS, not worth it. VOTs are bigger and even more not worth it. So like the vertical axis turbines, I cannot see myself ever using them. The biggest issue with these is that the size is different between mark levels, and it changes the minimum spacing between the buildings. So it's like, excuse me, but I am not going to replace a build with increased mark levels. I am not going to do this thing, and they're horribly designed because that you have to do that thing if you want to replace anything. Like, no. Oh, there's also a little tiny little bit of Stirling dish concentrators, which is perhaps the most complex of the power in the entire base right now, and it produces like the least. Oh God, this Stirling is the worst of anything in terms of complexity. Even if it's technically free, it is not good to use. Ugh. Because this stuff is all about fluid temperature mechanics. This entire setup is fluid temperature mechanics and raising the temperature of fluid. Everything considered, with Bob's modules, Simic Power is the best thus far of the options. It is if you are willing to spend something, it is the best of Bob's modules. But, or with Bob's modules, coal is extremely strong by comparison to everything else. Coal is extremely strong. Wind and solar, especially anti-solar, and likely also some of those solar tower stuffs that happen at the end of the game, are also going to be more tempting. The problem is that you have to get to the end of the game for them to be tempting options. That's sort of a like really big deal for most of the alternative energy stuff. It's like, oh, most of the alternative energy stuff just sucks until you get to the end of the game. So realistically speaking, I can see using coal power until the very end of the game, and then winning, and then not caring about setting up any of the other stuff. Like, there does come a point where it's like, just beat the game. And win. Geothermal is fundamentally limited by your nodes and how many of those nodes that you have, and cannot be placed everywhere, and the output is extremely low for what you get out of those nodes. So geothermal is a massive L. Massive L. Would not use geothermal power. It cannot scale enough to fully power a base. Not in the slightest. What is the ending in Pyandon's mods pack? In order to win, you must finish a technology called Pyrrhic Victory. You need to get this tech, finish this tech to see the end screen, to see the win screen. That is what you need to do. So, yeah. Like how you pronounce it. Pyrrhic. It's not Pyrrhic, it's Pyrrhic. It's an actual word. It's not something that was made up by Pi. And I'm not going to mispronounce it because of Pi being in the name. So, yeah. That's 3,000 units of, or 3,000 cycles, I should say. That's 3,000 cycles modified, of course, by your lab productivity, if you have any lab productivity. It's a lot of science. And the rate, the cycle time is extremely important here. That's 1.2 thousand. That's 1,200 seconds per cycle times 3,000 cycles modified by the speed tax that you've taken for your labs. So labs are crafting speed, research speed 2.4. 2.4. So we have halved, more than halved the speed, or the time, the necessary time. So rather than 1,200, it's like less than 6. It's less than 600, like 500 seconds-ish, but still 500 seconds times 3,000 is a lot of seconds to have to wait, divided by the number of buildings, of course, if you can provide enough science to have them all operate all at the same time. Yeah, about that. So, there is a way of adding productivity to these buildings to get more per unit pack, which involves vat brain biocomputing, and the vat brains are essentially modules. They're like consumable modules for the vat brains. You have to keep feeding them stuff, which is not good. What's that one mod that I had done right before this? I forget. It had a nice nuclear setup. Was it K2? I forget. I don't think it was K2. No, and it wasn't Nullius. It was gosh, I forgot. But there's a mod that has a beacon mechanic where you have to provide, like, you make certain fluids to feed like this centralized beacon thing, and then that like controls other beacons. 248K. Yes, that was the one. Pretty sure that was 248K. But 248 is an extension. What was the base mod? Was it K2 with 248K? Was that it? It was K2 plus 248K? So it was K2's mechanic? That doesn't sound right to me. I don't know. Because K2 is more of a vanilla plus. If they change around the beacons that much, that's not like actual vanilla plus anymore. Oh, 248K is the beacon mechanic change. That would make more sense if it was 248K making the beacon different. Okay, so it's 248K's beacon mechanic that I was thinking of. That similar to how vat brains work, just in terms of, you know, having to constantly spend stuff to maintain your beacon strength. It is not well designed. Here, I want to be perfectly clear about that. Specifically to Not Melon, who I know is the one responsible for just making it coding this particular mechanic. Pretty sure it was them. The range of the vat brain stuff is not good at all. Like, it's just not a good mechanic to be spending as much as you have to spend on them. The costs are completely beyond anything even remotely close to reasonable. Like, it is not worth doing in 100% of circumstances. At any mark level. It's just not worth doing. Flat out. Because it is so expensive. Even, like, I might be considering it if it were a tenth or less of the costs, but not at current costs. For the range of around the vat brain of, like, the number of labs that get affected by it. And you can only do productivity, you cannot do speed. Like, there's no speed that you get out of it either. I'm like, okay, that doesn't make sense. If the vat brain cartridges gave you a really big speed bonus as well as the productivity bonus, then they're a bit more tempting to use, but they don't give any speed. And labs are supremely slow in this mod. So, not really interested in spending all that stuff to do the vat brain cartridges. I need to recheck though. They might be a little bit more like trivial to make, at least the early mark level ones, to get something, but they all eat brains, which is not ideal, really. Vat brain cartridges. Like, if we look at the thing here on vat brains, so it's 25% productivity on the Mark 1 cartridge, and it scales up to 100% productivity. Woohoo, 100%. Only one building like affects a single lab, I think. We'll need to check this. We will need to check this. Because if multiple fat brains can affect one building, maybe it's better, but it's just so slow. It's just so slow. Like, the whole point is that we need the speed too. And you cannot beacon regular labs for speed. So it's like, why? Single cartridge lasts for 20 seconds. So can we be clear? One cartridge lasts 20 seconds. In order to get enough labs covered by vat brains to maintain, like, not glacial pace of science processing, you're going to need a lot of these cartridges. A lot of these cartridges. So if I look at the cartridges, they're not even productive to make them. You need so many of them. You need 15 brains per cartridge. You need 15 brains per cartridge. Bioprinters get a 10% productivity bonus, so this is actually tempting, considering it's like one brain per thing. Unless you upgrade with nanochondria, then you can get more brains. You can get up to 8 brains per Arthurian. Woohoo! 8 brains from an Arthurian. Isn't that wonderful? You just gotta get that nanochondria Arthurian. And then each upgrade, doubles the brain cost. Almost nearly doubles. It's not actually quite double. So, yeah, it's just not tempting for me to do any of this. And that's a not very nice alloy either. Niobium, aluminium, titanium, special alloy. It's not a nice alloy. Anyway, I was supposed to be, like, breaking some bottlenecks, so how about we break some bottlenecks? Sounds like a pretty decent idea. Let's get some bottlenecks out of the way. We have assumingly addressed the issue with the neuroprocessors for the neuromorphic chips. So hopefully we're getting some neuromorphic chips for our circuit 3s. In fact, I see a lot of bots moving, so I'm assuming my circuit 3s are moving at this point in time. Yes, quite a few of my bots are moving, so I think things are operating. We're actually full on circuit 2s. Wow. Okay, that's still not. But you are moving at your full rate. God, 15 seconds craft time. That sucks. If it was just a little bit faster. If it was just a little bit faster. Because for a 15-second craft time, you have to, like, force that 15 seconds down to 1/60th of a second. And then anything beyond that gives you more productivity gains for free. Yeah, at 15-second craft time, that is a lot. That is a lot of effort. Shall we say that's a lot of effort that I can't be bothered with doing. not for something 15 seconds. Now that, though... That is 5 seconds. That would be worth doing. And by worth doing, I mean cheesing with the productivity exploit. The speed productivity exploit. That's worth doing. Because this one's 5. I didn't realize this one exactly was 5. This one at 10 is... I don't quite think we get there at this tech level. I think I need the Bob's Beacon 3s to really get there for this. For a 10 second. But I can... What I'll do is I will look for both of these. I'll put down, like, a building for both of these and see what the numbers look like, if we can get any gain out of them. Because this is important for what I'll be doing between streams as well, and what we're doing going forward. Getting as much stuff for free as possible is, you know, the most ideal situation, period. That's not particularly ideal. I need the 5-5. Yeah, so you're still not at the speed cap at 15,000. Okay, the 3s. We're not there yet. At 24,800, we're not at the speed cap yet on a 10-second recipe. We would oh, we are. Hello. Maybe scroll down a little. Hey, we are there. We are at the cap. And we're ending up with more than one circuit out than MOSFETs in. Which under normal circumstances, it's 2-to-1 MOSFET to circuit. Now we're better than 1-to-1, which is pretty awesome. Which is pretty nice. We are better than 1-to-1. Then again, we're also supposed to have like a baseline 1.2 productivity, or so. There is that. It's supposed to be better than 1-to-1 inherently. So we've got a little bit of a gain. Here's the line of the 2s. The 2-5. 2-4. This is so tedious. 2-3. 2-2. 2-1. So what were we at? 748.2. $834.6. We gained almost 100 for the same cost. Oh, that 5-5 doesn't even have its beacon. It doesn't even have 891.61. 891. Close to 900. We're getting there. Have I gotten these? No. Okay, that's fine. Is it going to be worth doing a set of 1-1s? A set of 5 1-1. Or 1 AM1s. Because distribution efficiency 2.5 to 1.51.5 brings us to 891.61. Because we're speed capped. Oh, right. We're speed capped. At what point are we speed capped? How are we speed capped? Oh, right. It's times 2. Right. So in total, if you have the full array of AM/FM beacons, in reality, because there are 2 modules, and that's what I was forgetting, because there are 2 modules each, it actually provides up to 36,000 speed. On a single entity. It's up to 36,000, so I think this line might not be required. 32,767. Yeah, 32,767, and maybe even the 2-1. All right, we needed that one, so we don't need the 2-1, and the whole line of the AM1s. Wow, that is a thing. Hello, my dolly, and my Ollie, and the Ollie. The baby. Yes, the babies. Right. So, that's a thing. That's a thing. That's such a thing that I'm going to actually just remove this. Then I'm going to copy the whole thing. I'm going to copy the whole thing, and I'm going to move it over here. And you are going to make these. And this should be more extreme. This should be double the extreme. Yeah, this is, there's nothing wrong with this mechanic at all. Working this way. And this is a base game thing. This is just how it works in the base game. There's no getting around this at all. Yeah. So, yay. So rather than there being you take MOSFETs, right? Rather than being 1-to-1 on the MOSFETs, instead we're getting a few more than that. A few times more than that, yeah. A few times more than that. So that means I can remove you from the face of existence. Don't get rid of that. Just use those, please. I probably don't have enough bots. Yeah. We're at 0 bots. we're at 0 bots. But hey, we've got circuit 3s for days and eons, and we will have circuit 2s for days and eons. This is the level of absolute shenaniganery that I have desired in my life. Unfortunately, that took like all of my current beacons that we've made today just to do that. Like, gee, great, fantastic. Wonderful, beautiful stuff. We are limited by the circuit 3s only now for these beacons, so as we get those going, we will have glorious time. A absolutely glorious time. Oh boy. Goodness. Oh, there are actually a few free. Let me go back down. Because, oh hey, we are making some of these. Really? Your limit is LDS? Wow, you are very limited by LDS. What is the problem there? Ah, that stupid alloy. Gotcha. That is a antimony issue. That is antimony. That is just a straight up this building does not work fast enough issue at the moment. But ultimately it is antimony, but it's just this building does not move fast enough. So that needs an upgrade. So as we can see, actually, at the current state of the game, I can make 10-second craft time recipes be wonderful, beautiful things. They are absolutely glorious. All right, I guess I'm lacking bots, constructo bots for this. Let's go replace it myself. As a reminder, we are streaming an extra hour today, so yes, I know that sort of stopped progressing a little bit here with our beacon stuff, but yeah, it's important to have these conversations, have these talks. We need to have these talks. Oh, you know, it'd be really great if you had that. It'd be really great if I had the bots to bring that. Yeah. Alright, well, guess it was a mistake to pull out a few thousand bots from my network when apparently we still need them. So, let's go ahead and pull those bots out. Just change the doohickey over here. Because, yeah, I pulled out about 5,000 plus bots from the network. I'll just get rid of those requests and just throw them back. I should just do it this way. I have enough? No. Of course not. Come on. Rock. Is it enough? Is it enough? It is enough. Have some more. Frame rate. The glorious frame rate is absolutely wonderful. Oh yeah, when you add a few thousand entities onto the screen, the frame rate just tanks, doesn't it? Alright then. Oh yeah, now and then suddenly we got like 3,000 free bots. Okay, great. I appreciate it, game. So theoretically, this should just fill up with the stuff like super fast. Yeah, yeah. This is gonna fill these up pretty quick. I just do hope that it works the way that I think that it does, and that it doesn't actually care about how quickly you are actually providing the stuff into the doohickey. All right, back to neuromorphic chips being our limiting factor. No, I just have not enough input. All right. The request is just not enough, so here, let me tick on another 100 each thing. Then it should be fine. At least better. Yeah, it's giving me like 20, 25 every time it cycles. Like, it's clearly giving me the extra productivity as if it were operating much faster than it actually is. Because the building is trying to run at crafting speed 986.01. It's trying to go that fast, but even if it does one tick, it assumes it has done the ticks that it cannot do, which obviously it hasn't done. So it's the productivity is assuming that it has happened, even if it hasn't. Which is, what I'm taking full advantage of. I'm taking full advantage of this behavior. With this, oh, freaking hell, why does it have to do this? Can I just move it that far? No, because these extend all the way to this guy. Meaning that I have to go all the way here. There. Now they work. One of the worst parts of this mechanic. Because it would be too strong if it didn't work this way. Because clearly this would be far too powerful. Clearly the beacons would be far too strong if you could actually have, like, surround the thing with 5/5s. Like, actually, the way that you built it is very powerful in and of itself. To the point of absurdity. Like, with Bob's modules, you can hit the speed cap with these. With the regular modules, you cannot hit the speed cap with these at any point. And if the system was different, then there is potential that you could. But I think it should just be the other way. With using Bob's modules, it just would save me resources. It wouldn't benefit much. It just saved me entities and needing more modules. Alright then, what is our issue now? What are we limited by now, as I have, like, clearly not much of a limitation? I think my limitation is going to be still the science. Is going to be the science. which, by the way, don't expect me to be able to do that with sciences. Cough. Oh boy. I could do this with science, with this particular science. Let me see what are all the science recipes here and what are their speeds. So that's 15, so no, can't do it on the 15. Can't do it on the 90. 15, 90, 10. Military. I could do this for the military science. Cannot do it on that 180. Cannot do it on the 240. Can't really do it for the 15. But could very much do it on the 10 for the production science. Could very much do it for production science. Yeah, again, the 15s are not worth doing it. Or anything above 10. 10 is like on the borderline. Ideally, I would look for stuff that's faster than 10 seconds craft time. It looks like very few things are faster than 10. It's not, this isn't a particular issue for most things. Looks like control units are an option. Superconducting wires are an option. Control units would be actually pretty nice to do that with. The issue is just having enough modules and beacons to do it. Yeah. And then, of course, the other sciences in here. Automation science. That is every 5. We could absolutely do it with automation science. Yeah, we could absolutely have speed shenanigans, productivity speed shenanigans with automation science, with it being 5-second craft time. And it's very easy to do. Just get a ton of free automation science. So I don't have to worry about that being a problem ever. It's just what to do this on is the thing. Ultimately, I need more nanostructured material in the base, not just to feed this, but just to feed all my Mark III stuff. And this is limited by titanium, so I guess we're making titanium. And unfortunately, there's no way of getting titanium that is productive. Titanium plates, that is. If there were, I'd be all over it, but titanium plates, yeah, we can't really get those productively. I am sorry to say. There's no like reverting back from finished products productively into plates. So we have to make the plates. We have to make a lot of plates, and as I was showing earlier, if I want to actually scale up my nanostructured materials, and by the way, examples like this are the exact reason why I am cheesing the hell out of the speed and productivity stuff, because I don't have a choice but to do that when there are recipes like this that are not productive in any way, that are going to be ending up consuming, 1,500 per second units of titanium. And I'm going to speed the beacon the hell out of this just to keep the gasoline costs down. But in particular, I'm going to be speed beaconing the hell out of the titanium plates, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to need more than 21 of these, or 22 of these regular beacons for this. Pretty sure I'm going to need more than that. I could do it with diet beacons, but I really want to use the big ones to get this done. So speaking of getting this done, that's what we will work on. My initial thought was to split this into sets of 10. And yes, this is making more than 1,500 because I need some for the actual base, you know. I need some for the rest of the base. Probably more than just the 250 that I need for the rest of the base, but whatever is fine. So all the way over in this general vicinity, we have 2 titanium mines. And I actually already brought a few of the existing big beacons over here. So these are already being influenced by 5.5s, 5.4s, 4.5s, and 4.4s, as well as lines of diet beacons at AM5 and FM4, or AM5 and AM4 along the whole line. So yeah, these together produce more than 7,000 units of titanium ore per second. More than 7,000. So it's actually going to be enough to supply the other locations that are making titanium, but the other location, singular, that is making titanium in the base. Through the, it's sort of high grade. My other titanium location is somewhere over here in this vicinity of the base. It's a mix of, yeah, here, right here. It processes 75 ore per second, and it processes it directly into plates. Even though it is a molten process, like there's not really much stuff that uses the molten as molten. This is processing high grade and this precipitate stuff. I think it's precipitate or concentrate or whatever. This stuff could be processed into high grade. It's just that that is a complete separate chain, side chain, that has a lot of outside ingredients that ends up making it very expensive. So rather than just making everything into high grade, I've processed what I can of the one side into high grade and then processed this stuff directly into molten at this location. Of course, when I get access to reduction with this technology, then it becomes better to put everything into high grade and that into reduced and then ultimately sintered. But again, that process is going to be very expensive with the outside ingredients at this scale. At this scale, it is going to be extremely expensive on those outside inputs. So this is the choice we all have to make. It's like, do we do the more advanced recipes that make the best use of the ore, or do we use more ore and more infrastructure so that we don't have to spend extra resources to get the output that we need? So, as I've mentioned before, mines are different versus assembling machines. Mines will always output at their full mining speed, even if that mining speed is above the like 1 per cycle. Yeah, even if it goes faster than 1 tick per cycle, the game will dynamically increase the output of ore, of units of ore, so that you effectively get the actual mining speed of output. That was a change at one point that was made to the base game. So you actually get output from increasing the speed of your mines beyond the tick rate. So there's no productivity cheese here. It wouldn't really be a cheese. We're going to get the productivity as well, but we're actually getting the full output. There's no like trimming on the output. Which means there's no exploiting of mines that need fluid per mining operation by having productivity on those machines. That's really the base game's way of solving a base game issue with uranium mining, so that you aren't getting too much uranium ore per cycle of sulfuric acid. It will always consume the proper amount of sulfuric acid regardless of the speed of the machine. It won't just cap it out at 1 per cycle. It will dynamically consume more to match your output based on the speed of the machine, even if that speed is greater than once per frame, excuse me, of 60 frames per second. Oh, glorious mechanics. Do you like mechanics? I like mechanics. The mechanics are wonderful in this game. So, we have this. How do we make this equal to 240 of this building? Now, that's a great question. Well, if I have this beacon at 5.5, sped up, what do the numbers become? With 1. 229. Now, that is not even remotely close to 7,000. So what I did originally, so I have this blueprint here. What I did originally when I designed this with diet beacons and then ultimately decided against it was because it used too many modules. This is not the full setup, but this is essentially one compressed purple belt, one compressed 270, so 270 times 5. But in reality, it's not quite that because it's divided by... It's the number that I need, 6957, divided by 270, then divided by 5. So it's 6 sets, I think, is how I did that. So I would need this 6 times. I would need this times 6. So is this number 1/6 of what I need? Is what I'm trying to get at. And then if not, how many of these in a line would I need to get to 1/6 of what I need? So the magic number I'm looking for is 1159.5, of which 1159.5 would require 6 beacons. Actually, because this beacon can affect 2 at a time, it would be 3 beacons. It would be 3 beacons overall. Now, if I did a 5-4 on the opposite side, if I did a 5-4 like that, then we are speed capped. Okay, we are speed capped then. So this would be 4. Well, then it's 8. Or then it's no, then it's 4 of these beacons. It's 4 beacons. Which yeah, that's 1 more than 3. So if I don't have this, and I have 6 of these, I can have 3 beacons with 6 of these. And if I have these on the other side, I could have these affecting another building and save on my beacon count. I could have like the next building in the line, which I believe is this guy. And we only actually need half of this guy. It's only half of the previous one. So 0.5, and then this can stay that same ratio, followed by then half again. Ish. And then even half still going down there. So it's a big, like, pyramid. It's a funnel in how this operates. But in order to do this correctly, I'll think about the logistics afterwards. The following step is to combine everything into this I'm trying to think of the best possible way of arranging this. I think no matter what, I'll need at least 2 beacons if I tighten the gaps. I would need still to have at least 2. And I don't even need to tighten the gaps. That's just wonderful. It just works. I like it when things just, you know, work. Bring them down to there. Oh, power. Hello. Then it's this again, and there's only, or no, wait, what? No, then it's this guy, of which we need half still. So then it's 1. It's 1. 1. 1 of you? 2 of you? Should I just do 2 of you? We need to process 289. Oh, I need to process 1/6 of 289.9. 48. Gosh, that third one is barely needed. 48.31, of which, yeah, just barely need that second one. In here. Okay. And from there, it would be 2 of these, and just for my own sanity, I'm going to put these here. Might tighten this up a bit. Move this here. Probably separate that a little bit. Like so. Sort of want to keep this line, though. That's better. So these will process the grade 3 out of this into grade 4, and that goes into what will effectively be just one of these, and I can just, like, probably tuck this here. Maybe? Logistics will suck, but... Gosh, if it means saving an entire beacon, if it means saving a beacon, is it worth it? Probably not. Ultimately doesn't really matter where this goes, but yeah, that'll be that. As long as this number is at least 1/5 or 1/6, excuse me, of what we need. So then it's this times 6, which I don't quite have enough beacons for, nor pure speed modules for that matter. So that's where we get into a little bit of trouble, because this is 6, yeah, beacons, and each building is 3 modules. So what are we looking at here? If I grab, let's just move these down so I can grab that as a blueprint. What are we looking at here? We're looking at 63 modules, and we're looking at 6 beacons. Now, we have to multiply that number by 6. So 36 beacons and 63 times 6. 378 modules. Well, here's hoping that our extra circuit 3s I'm just hoping that all of the extra circuit 3s that we get out from this will allow for faster faster module 8 production. I mean, they are sort of delivering some of these circuit 3s over here. I mean, if I could provide all of the ingredients that are needed for this, I would be able to support a lot more module production, and I may need to focus that. Oddly enough. For now, though, because I have a bit of an issue with, you know, being able to have titanium, since that is a bottleneck, rather than build the full set of things here, I will do all of the logistics, finish this build, and have extra titanium, or have more titanium than previously. By the way, there's no collision on these beacons, so I don't have to worry about that niggling little issue. So these eat the level 2s. Grade 2. I will need to bring in a thing to, or a fuel to, void. I will need a fuel to void. The step down here, this guy's also going to have a very similar setup, except gravel rather than stone. And those are the only two byproducts that we've got going on here. Alright, then all of the titanium grade 1. How do I want to do this with the grade 1 titanium? So, we have both of these buildings producing grade 1 titanium. We also have this that will make grade 1 titanium. We need to input priority from this jaw crusher, and it needs to go into the building down below. And since that seems to work, we'll do that way. Alright. Pretty sure that the numbers are all fine, are less than 270. When they get lower, the further we go. Okay, rejects. Rejects. So we need to go 3 into 2 with the rejects. So I will treat these similarly. to the gravel from above. Then these produce the grade 3 titanium, which needs to combine with the grade 3 from here and be preferred inputs. So again, with these, there's our inputs. We need to have output grade 3. Trying to think about how I want to arrange this. Probably like that with input priority left, and then from here we have our other, whoops, we have our other grade 3 outputs. These will go this way. Just like so. And then this just produces grade 4 that goes in the thing. And then this makes however much we make. What is 1/6 of 1750? 291. Okay, we're gonna get 2 of those. Into that. And that goes into whatever supply station. We will need a voiding setup. Probably up top. I think I want to change from red to purple. Just using a specific upgrade planner that I made to switch from red to purple. Like so. Then we combine stone and gravel. No. Alright, need to bring in fuel of some description. And I need a supply station for titanium, for plates. So supply plates and provide fuel. Come on, you can do it. You did it! You made it. You made it. Even though I'm getting rid of some of those lines. I am gonna get rid of some of those lines, you know. And then in the end, it will be 6 belt lines in, but for now it needs to be like one that's split between 2. I guess I have to... Yeah, I guess I have to, balance, don't I? So I'll put a warehouse. Oh, I was off a tile. There we go. Input the stuffs. Actually, not there. Not there. From the bottom. Of course I was one tile off. Of course I was one tile off. Of course I was one tile off again. Okay. That is almost that. What I do need to do, there are 3 trains already. I actually need to scale this. A few units. By a few units. And in fact, that means I have to shift this. And I'm very much, actually, for titanium in particular, going to need to have those most advanced locomotives for their extra capacity. That will do. The titanium plates too. So I'll have 6 of those. Wow, none of these have been upgraded. I should consider doing that at some point. The answer is not right now, though. Okay. Alright, all we need to do is get one of these compressed belt lines brought in, of which I have like 8 currently. What is the actual throughput here? We have 3476 times 1.2 times 2. We have 8,342.4 divided by 5 divided by 270. That would be... it's just more than 3 lines per thing. I think I need to speed this up a little bit further. Yeah, I'm gonna put down a 4-3 here. So the 4-3 Is this 3860? 3860 times 1.2 times 2. That's 9,264 units of ore per second. Divide by 270, divide by 5, divide by 2. So that's 3.43. So 3.43 belts of the 4 things that I have here. If I were to actually be providing them at the full purple belt speed, but I'm not. I need to upgrade all that red to purple. That's going way too far. And the thing is in the way. Wonderful. Well, alrighty then, it's moving. And there's plates. Why does that look slower? Oh, right, duh. We're using the whole belt here. The whole of the compressed belt gets used here, so we have to uncompress everything. Duh. That's more like it. Yes. Yes! Now, I don't like that it's stopping like that. It does stop briefly, ever so briefly. It's a good thing I don't need the full throughput out of this. It offloads far too much for it to automatically continue. That's a slight issue with the few recipes in the game, where the output ends up being larger than the stack size. If it's larger than the stack size, then it, it keeps it from moving until you offload all of that, and you can't really instantaneously offload all of that. It will always be at least one frame stopped. So there's no actual way to get this full throughput, even if you tried. It looks like I need more burners. Great. Let's try double the trouble. Even compressed, it wasn't enough. Okay. Should be enough now. Oh, I've already filled one locomotive. One train line. Now, where's that titanium plates? Yep, that is enough for now. The only issue then is that I'll have to copy the whole thing. Oh. There be an issue. There be an issue. It's a good thing I checked. I don't carry around yellow loaders anymore. And this required yellow loaders. Oh boy, that would have died from too much ash. Alright then. So, you know, that's just a casual, whatever a sixth of 1750 is. Just a casual extra 291.6 repeating units of titanium ore provided in my base. It's a little bit of an upgrade over what I had before processing 75. Oh, I broke it down. I need to show that too. Where was that? Do I even have it? I guess I don't even have it broken down anymore. Oops. That's gone. So if I had done this through the high grade or through reduced, if I were to wait and get the technology to do reduction processing of the titanium ore, in order to get 1750, we could do the entire thing in one build. It would cost 410.2 units of titanium ore per second to get 1750 plates through reduction. But oh, it's through reduction and it's not processing the separate line all the way in here. I don't remember. Does this fully process? This does process. Okay, this does process. This saying it outputs 448.8 I think is a lie. No, it's not. It does produce that because I didn't further break that line down. What I did break down was the enriched dust to pulp 1 and then pulp 1 to 2 with residue and then the residue back to 4, but I didn't further process this pulp 5 into 6 because that's going to consume kerosene, a not insignificant amount of kerosene. So among the best options here, 1,212 grease, 1,077 MIBC, 538.5 diesel, 1,077 heavy oil, 2,585 sulfuric acid, 21 and a half aluminium plates, 3231 graphite, 70 sand castings, 3,500 hot air. The alternative is what we've just done, which is to spend none of that, but instead spend nearly 7,000 titanium ore with a much larger build. Yeah, we're doing 1/6 of it right now, but still, you know, it's a decent. I am adding more locomotives to that plates. These, even with 1/6 more, should no longer be a bottleneck in the current state of the base. The plan was to scale this up, scale all the pieces up, and then add more consumption through nanostructured materials. Because, yeah, this is only one piece of multiple pieces to scale up nanostructured material. This is just step 1. This has just been step 1, and we're 1/6 of the way through step 1, okay, of scaling up nanostructured material. This is just the first of multiple steps. Fortunately, the other items in here, specifically the moly is free. I can actually get over 700 moly for a ore. Oh, I have Molly in here. Where is it? Molybdenum. Molybdenum. Hello. Hello, molybdenum. That's not the correct molybdenum. Where is the other molybdenum? Did I keep it? Or did I remove it? I don't see another molybdenum. I'm not seeing another. So what we'll do here is we'll be like, oh hey, 750. Oh hey, we're operating with level like Mark 3 stuff now, so Mark 3 stuff now, please. So the interesting thing is that the vast majority of the steps through the molybdenum chain are, by design, able to be productive. They take productivity modules because there's no other way of improving the output of molybdenum. There isn't any addition. There aren't any additional steps of processing of molybdenum. So in order to make it so that you have upgrades over time to the output of molybdenum, it is productive. Same applies for the rare earth oxides. The same logic applied there because there's no better process to make the rare earth oxides. They take productivity modules. So that was the benefit there. I wish that applied to a number of other processes. Cough, 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 hack, wheeze. I wish that applied to ore processing. I would have rather ore processing be everything through sintering from the start of the game, but have it such that everything is productive so that you get productivity gains. Or have it scale up to the full chain quickly with fewer outside inputs. And make it all productive. So yeah, in order to get a few units of things, we need how much ore? Oh, it's 148.9 to make 750 ore. Like, it's an almost irrelevant amount of ore for that many plates out. But I'll give you a sec to have a look at what the issue is here, the biggest issues here. If you said that the biggest issue here is hot air or filtration media, you're correct. It's both of these things. Those are the biggest issue. Those two are the issue. It's never been about the amount of ore here. It's always been about the filtration media and the hot air, which we could solve the hot air issue, but it would just make the filtration media issue worse. Because you can get the place without spending hot air at all. It just means you need a lot more hydrogen and you need a lot more filtration media because you need more input of stuff. And you'll need more like nitrogen processing here. Yeah. So I could get rid of the hot air. How does that compare if I were to get rid of the hot air? What? You're productive. I seem to have forgotten. I might have noticed this a while ago, but I seem to have forgotten that the non-hot air recipe for molybdenum is productive, while the hot air recipe is not productive, meaning that with Bob's modules productivity, this is just better. Okay, so now we spend 90 moly and less than 80 filtration media. The problem is speed, of course, so that's why I need infinite beacons and infinite modules. Moly is not currently a limiting factor, so I will worry about that later. Looks like everything is operating smoothly for the line here. Giving me my plates. Okay. Head on back. How's the traffic here looking? It's okay. We've got bots active, but not too many. Project Leica 2.0 is moving a little bit. A little bit. We've gained like 10% this stream, the whole stream. More like 12%, I think. We started at like 1 or 2%, I think, around there, and now we're getting a few more percentage points on this tech. These are moving. I think they're all moving always. That needs to be upgraded. And this building is limited now by a combination of is it just the one? I think that's just the one thing. Yeah. So it's just how much of the purple alloy, the deep purple alloy we can provide. Yeah, there we go. Glorious. Beautiful stuffs. Silicon is free. I can make as much of that as I need. The next bottleneck might be aluminium or nexlet. I forget with the aluminium. I got more ore, but I don't remember getting more plates. Molten. Did I ever, like, get more of you? Because I had an ore new. I haven't touched the aluminium in, like, ever. Oh no. Oh, that's not a good sign. Am I forced to do my relocation now? Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes, I am. Ugh. So these are tapping out on the tar patches. They are tapping out. I need to fully relocate this. In fact, I have a plan to fully relocate this up here. Where I have, like, capped max density extractors. I actually have level Mark III extractors now that I could use. For any new patches, I can use the Mark III extractors. And I do have the recipe for the Mark III drilling fluid as well. So I can get some pretty high density on any new tar, oil, and natural gas patches. Raw natural gas passes. I just need to move over here all my stuff. Probably switch the belts to purples to maybe use some speed modules, maybe do some shenanigans. Do a few shenanigans, maybe. Because it's 100 units of fluid per cycle, and faster cycles with more speed is more output. It just chews through the resource faster. But it also means that you can consume it faster if you're just pumping into your consumer. So I could just pump into a consumer with a very fast thing and just get a whole bunch of output for it. I think that's what I'll do. We are, however, at the end of the stream for the day. We have sort of made it right about to that 2 o'clock point. It's like 30 seconds away, so we can begin to count down here. So today I have set up beacons. I have finally obtained beacons. We set up the metastable quasi-crystals, which was the very final ingredient for getting our beacons going, producing the full-size beacons. And with the full-sized beacons, the world has changed. And I hope you take that very literally. The world has changed. Like, obvious, right? I hope it's very obvious that there is now a fundamental shift in how we build the base going forward. Thanks to glorious cheese. But also we just need a lot more stuff. We just, need a lot more stuff now at this phase of the game. So, yeah, it's gonna be a real mission where my focus going forward will be on improving my production of modules, as well as on beacons. So I will need to improve beacons production rate so that I can get more module production rate to then scale up all the rest of the stuff for the base for science. That is sort of my order of operations. I'm going to be, between streams, looking at getting more stuff so that the circuit 4s here, these Intel units, constantly move. I need this to move at its full rate, or as close to it as it can get. And I need for that to happen so that the beacons can be consistently crafted. Even though right now it looks like the issue is not circuit 4s or the metastable quasi-crystals, it's the... Oh, it's the towers. The Mark IV towers are limiting. Interesting. What is limiting those Mark IV towers? It is the harmonic absorbers. So yeah, I need to do things like go and figure out, hey, what's the problem with harmonic absorbers? What do I need to scale for these harmonic absorbers? It looks like they need the zinc oxide nanoparticles, more zinc oxide nanoparticles than what I'm currently able to produce. Well, what do I need for additional zinc oxide nanoparticles? Oh, I need more zinc nanocomplex. Well, actually, if I get a specific technology, I can eliminate that as a problem because there is a technology upgrade for guar. If I clear everything out, there is actually a technology upgrade for guar that will produce zinc oxide nanoparticles for essentially nothing, for free. And I can have an infinite supply of that. So that should be a #1 priority. Another #1 priority will be antimony, as well as getting back into the stuff I will need to get into the sciences. But I do want to do those now. And then from there back to the regularly scheduled programming with the anti-tumors. There's one other one. There is another. Where is the other? Where is the other? There's Project Leica. And then there is... What now? What's the missing one? The missing link! What is the missing link? In the chain. What is it? Where are you? How far up are you? That one. There. We've reordered and set guar. And guar is not a purple science tech, so that should move. He claims. Or so he claims. It would help if I had Pi Science 1. I do. And they just got deliveries. You're not... You are working now. Okay. Good. So they needed a fresh delivery of stuff. With that though, we are at the end of the stream. Thank you so much for the continued support. Make these streams last an hour longer than they usually would. I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been a Talking Show, but if you have enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you've not yet subscribed, and hit the notification bell. Consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the right big blue join button, supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/talkingshowboat if you're so inclined and able. I will be back on Thursday with more glorious bacon shenanigans. I hope to see you all then.